All right. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. My name is Charlotte, and I'm going to be the one telling you all about glass blowing today. And you're going to get to see a lot of really cool stuff. So Nick is coming over now with some hot glass that he's blown a bubble into. So if you look close enough, you can actually see that air bubble inside of the glass that he blew with his own breath. So you'll notice that he kind of puts his mouth on the other side of the pipe and is able to actually blow air through the pipe and into the glass. So we're really excited for you guys to be here today, and we're going to be working on what we call a decanter. So this is basically a fancy kind of pitcher, or I guess almost it looks like a vase, but it's got a handle on it. So I'll walk this around and show it to everybody. This is what we're going to be working on today. So we're going to actually blow this, and we're going to shape it, and we're going to add color to the glass. And so this is going to be what we make. What's that? It gets made from sand. So what we do is we heat up the sand super, super hot inside of what we call the glass furnace. The glass furnace is where all of our hot glass is. So about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass is inside of our glass furnace. The glass furnace is going to be this kind of big round furnace over here that has the door on it. Does everyone see this furnace over here? Yeah. So that's where we get all of our glass from. And then you can also see on the big screen, it shows you a little bit more information about what that glass furnace does and how it has all of that molten glass, all of that really hot sand that we heated up inside of it. Something really awesome about the glass furnace is that it never turns off, so we keep it on all the time. But you're going to start to see us pull out some glass from that glass furnace and start working with it. So you can see how hot that glass is. We're working with over 2,000 degree temperatures, so really, really hot. And you're going to be able to watch how our glass blowers shape the glass and also start to blow into it so that we can make our decanter, our very fancy kind of jug over here. And if you look closely at the glass that we have, you'll see that air bubble inside of the glass. And that's how we're going to actually make it bigger. So that's how we're going to expand the shape and the size of our glasses by blowing air into it. So you'll see that he's now going inside of this other furnace. This is the big round furnace that we call the glory hole. This is where we reheat the glass. So when it starts to get cold, we can't work with it anymore. If it gets cold, it starts to get stiff, right, and solid. It stops acting kind of like molten liquid. And so we have to heat it back up so that we can continue working with it. So you'll see when he comes out of the glory hole, the glass is going to be able to move again, versus when it gets cold, it stops moving. It becomes, solid. So we can all see that he's going to use this wooden tool to shape it. So you can see that he's going in and shaping it. It kind of almost looks like a big wooden spoon, and we keep it wet with water. And now he's going to go in with something that we all have used probably and seen before. This is newspaper. So he's using a stack of newspaper that he got wet with water to shape the glass. And you can see how he's using his hand to kind of make the glass move. Yeah, and then using a big blowtorch. So we use that big blowtorch so that we can heat up our glass in a specific area. And we also use the blowtorch so that we can heat up our tools. So you'll see he's going in with this metal tool. This is what we call the jacks. And what he's making is what we call a jack line. So this is like an indent in the glass. Can you see how he's kind of pinching it up where it meets the pipe? And he's created this neck. So he's created this neck to the piece, to what will become the decanter over here. So remember, this is what we're making over here. And you can already see that we're starting to get that shape. We're getting a very similar shape, right? It's got a skinny, long neck, and then it kind of comes out almost like a balloon on the bottom. So you'll notice that our glass blowers have to continuously get up from the bench and go heat up the glass so that they can keep working with it. Because if we let the glass get too cold, it'll actually crack. So if we allow it to cool down too fast, it'll crack and break, and then we won't have any glass to work with, right? Our piece will be broken. So it's really important that we keep it nice and hot so that we can be able to work with it still, and we can make sure that the glass isn't going to break. So you can see we're still continuing to shape it, and then one of the other glass blowers is starting to blow some air into the pipe to actually inflate the glass. Welcome in to those of you that are just joining us. Welcome to our hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. My name is Charlotte, and I'm going to be your MC. So if you have any questions that come up during our live demonstration, let me know. We're making a decanter, as we call it. So this is what we're working on today. You can come and get a closer look at it if you'd like down here on the podium. But we're making this for our yearly annual auction that we do in September for Red Hot, where we make 50 goblets, and then we also make, I think, 35 matching decanters. So you can see we have a bunch of these goblets surrounding this decanter. This is going to be our goblet design for this year. So if you want to come and get a closer look, we also have some goblets on the other podium. These were our other prototypes for this year's goblet. If we could go ahead and actually see the slideshow of our previous goblets and their matching decanters so that our audience can get an idea of what we've previously done. Again, could we go ahead and see the slideshow of our previous Red Hot goblets that we have made in years past? Well, in the hot shop, it looks like we're going to go ahead and drop some of this color onto the bottom of our decanter. So we're adding kind of the foot to the decanter right now. And what you'll notice when this glass starts to cool down that we just added is that it's not clear like the rest of our glass. It has color to it. So we actually went in and added color to our glass. So we did this with a powder, so it's a crushed down version of the color, and we rolled the glass, the hot glass, into that color. So you can imagine it's very similar to how the glass looks when we first get it. And if I can, I'll grab an example to show everybody. But it's like sand that we can roll the glass onto to color it. So you'll see that color is already starting to show up as we look at the glass that we have added to the bottom of our decanter. Again, it's going to be the bottom of the decanter. So right now, everything is kind of sideways. But once we break it off of the pipe, that'll be its resting place. So that'll be the foot of the decanter. What you'll notice is that we're starting to use our big blowtorch. So we're using our blowtorch so that we can start to heat up the glass on that neck. Because in a moment here, we're going to get ready to actually break it off of the pipe so that we can have it onto a new pipe. This gives us access to the opposite side of the glass and is going to allow us to start to open up the opening of the decanter, creating the mouth and the lip line. So you can see attaching that new pipe onto the bottom of the decanter. And then we're going to get ready to actually break it off. So he's going to add a little bit of water onto the surface of the glass, creating some small cracks in the surface. And then he's going to go in and actually tap it off of the pipe. So you can see that by sending those vibrations through the pipe, he's able to get the glass to break. And now we're going to be able to start working with our decanter from the opposite side. So our glass artists are now going to spend some time working on some of the details that you see on the decanter. That's going to be the lip line of the decanter, adding the handle, and also the stamped emblem of the Museum of Glass logo onto the surface. We're also going to dust the surface of the decanter with a powdered color so that it gets this kind of matte, sandy texture. So if you look at it close enough, you can see that it has this texture to it. It looks kind of sandy, and if you actually touch it, it's very kind of rough. The texture is rough, and that's because we actually dust a color onto the surface, and then we don't allow it to fully melt into the surface, but instead keep it kind of raw, almost, on the surface of the glass. So you'll see that he's starting to open up the decanter from that opening that we had left over from our blowpipe, where we were able to actually blow the air into the glass. And he's actually going to separate part of the neck of the decanter away from the rest so that we can actually break it off. So this is excess glass that we don't necessarily need. So you'll see that he's going to go ahead and allow it to be broken off. And now we have a really clean edge left over that we're going to be able to open and perfect to make it the right shape and the right size. So we can see that he's using those jacks, that same tool that we used a little earlier, to go onto the inside of the glass and actually shape it. So he's able to apply a little bit of pressure from the inside of the glass to kind of open it up and start shaping the opening of that decanter. He's also using a metal measurer to actually make sure that the decanter is the correct height. So you might notice that our other glass blowers in our hot shop are kind of dispersing and getting ready to bring the extra elements that are going to get added on. So we're going to get ready to add the stamped emblem and also the handle. So we're going to see how they kind of get that glass ready, apply the color to it off to the side here. You can see they're already going into that glass furnace, and then they're dipping their glass into this powdered color. So it's sitting in this bowl on the marver off to the side here. And what they do is they just dip the hot glass into that color powder, and then they melt it onto the surface, and it colors the glass. So one of the glass blowers is bringing enough glass for the kind of emblem that will be added on and stamped. So you can see that they added that little bit of glass. They're heating it up with their torch, and then he's going in with this stamp to add that imprint into the glass. So we're still missing one of the elements that we need before we can kind of almost be done with our decanter, and that's the handle. Yeah, so we're going to have to add that handle onto the side. So one of our other glass blowers is also preparing the handle, same way as we did for the stamped emblem. Basically getting some glass on the end of a solid pipe and then coloring that glass by dipping it into that powder. So again, we dip the hot glass into a powder, it coats the surface of the glass, and then when we heat it back up, it allows that color to basically melt down and create a new layer of glass that will color the entire thing. So you're going to see as she comes over with the glass that's going to turn into our handle, how we attach it onto the decanter, and then make sure that we can shape it correctly. So he makes the attachment onto the decanter and then begins to stretch the glass. He will go ahead and trim it and cut it away from the pipe. And now he's going to use a tool that we call the tweezers to kind of carefully place and move that glass that we just added on, creating that very decorative, very pretty handle onto the surface of the decanter. So you'll see that our decanter looks pretty much finished. And really the final thing that we want to do is add this kind of texturized color on the surface. We're also trying to make sure that we keep our glass hot because, again, as the glass is in this environment, it starts to cool down really, really fast. And that's dangerous for the glass. It can cause it to break and crack. So we have to make sure that we are keeping it hot by going into our glory hole, this big round kind of chamber that you see, to constantly reheat it. This glory hole that we're using is at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's really what allows us to continuously work with the glass. Without it, our glass would become a solid again, and then it would start to shatter. It would start to crack and break, and we wouldn't have anything to work with. So you'll see, here's an example of some of the glass that we use in that powder form. You'll notice that he just kind of sifted it, kind of dusted it onto the surface of the decanter. Here we come with another color, so you can see how fine of a powder that truly is. And that's why we have to do it off to the side where you can't fully see inside of this special box called the powder box, because it has that constant air filtration and makes sure that no one in here is inhaling that super fine dust glass. So we do it inside of this little box. You'll notice that we've come back out with our decanter. We're going back into that glory hole to slightly melt in that color powder that we just added. So we can all see now how much our color of our glass has changed by dusting this powder onto the surface. It's no longer fully clear like it was previously, and it now has this kind of beige, almost yellow tint to it. Of course, since the glass is so hot right now, the color is not fully accurate, and so the color will end up being like this one down here, but right now it looks a little bit different just because the heat does distort the color. So the other thing that you'll notice right now is that there's a little bit of a kind of metallic shine to the color that we added, because we added two different colors, kind of one under another, and hitting it with the torch, we're trying to heat it up because we're about to break it off. So we're getting ready to call it finished. But you may have noticed that he did specifically hit the entire decanter with the torch to actually get it to have this kind of metallic-y shine. But same as before, a little bit of water onto the spot where we want the glass to break. And then we're going to get hold of it and go ahead and knock it off of the pipe. We're going to blow towards the bottom, and then we're going to put it away into our annealer, this big black box, where it will slowly cool down in a controlled environment, usually overnight. Let's give our glass blowers a round of applause for a finished piece. Alrighty, so that's what we'll be working on today. We got lots of those that we need to make for our auction in September. So if you have any questions about, maybe the goblets, or you want to know a little bit more about the museum, let me know. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have, especially you little ones. If anybody has questions down here. Yeah, that's a great question. So how do we get the sand to become liquid, right, molten, yes, so the mixture that we get from the outside source that I was talking to you about, we dump it into the glass furnace, so it actually gets poured into our glass furnace, and then it gets kind of mixed around so it slowly starts to melt down. But everything is powered by natural gas, so natural gas is what heats it up. Glass furnace is like somewhere around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's really, really hot. And slowly over time, we kind of mix it like a big pot of soup, and it starts to just heat up. That thing? The big box, or? Oh, the thing. What is the thing that we just made called? It's called a decanter. Decanter. Yeah, that's a good question. What? The black box? Yeah. So the big black box that we just put the glass into, you saw that, right? When we finished, we put the glass into there. It's called the annealer. Yeah, so we use the annealer. We put the glass into the annealer so it can slowly cool down. Because if it cools down out here, it'll break. So we put it into there so it slowly cools down. Yeah, thank you. Bye. Bye. You can move closer. I think All right, so if you're just joining us, welcome in. We're working on the decanter that we are doing for our yearly auction that we do in September for our goblets, our beautiful goblets, and its matching decanter. So that's what we're working on today. We're going to be making some of these fancy decanters. If you want to come and get a closer look, you can. We just started on the next one, so you haven't really missed much at all if you're just getting here. We will be mostly working in this center bench, but of course we also have the big screen so that you can see kind of from anywhere in the audience. But right now we have some glass on the end of a blowpipe that we have blown a bubble into. And you're going to see that this glass that we're working with right now is completely clear. We did not add any form of color to it. We just got it straight out of our glass furnace, which is going to have only clear glass. And we're going to start to shape our bubble and get it ready to expand as we blow more air into it. And eventually you'll see that he's going to start to shape it into this kind of longer neck with the kind of balloon-shaped bottom or base. So you'll notice now that our glass blower is going in with his jacks. This is a metal tool that we use. And he's starting to create that neckline of the decanter. So he's starting to create that actual neck. And then he's also going in and creating what we call a jack line. So this is a indentation in the glass up where it meets the pipe. This is really crucial, really important, because it'll be where we eventually break the piece off of the pipe from. So when we want to eventually rotate onto our new pipe, that's where we'll break it off from. So you'll see now that he's using a tool that we call our papers. This is a stack of newspapers that we can kind of soak with water and then use on the surface of the glass. It allows our glass blowers to get a little bit of a closer contact with the glass and kind of almost manipulate it in a way that feels like the bare hand is kind of shaping and contouring and actually able to get in there a little bit closer. And you may have noticed the other glass blower sitting on the other end of the pipe was actually blowing her own breath into the pipe, into the glass, and inflating it, allowing it to expand, kind of just like a balloon would. Oftentimes I get asked if it hurts at all, if it's hot down there, and the answer is no. I don't think anyone would really want to do it if it was. But basically, the heat does not travel all the way down the length of the pipe. So the heat actually stays within about like a 6 to 8 inch range of where the glass is. This is because we use stainless steel for our pipes and our tools, and it has a low heat transfer susceptibility to heat transfer. And it also doesn't make a chemical bond with glass. So we're never going to have the glass forever stuck to our pipe. Usually what we do is we kind of just stick it in a bucket of water, it shatters all the glass, and then it slowly just pops off the surface. So if you look close enough at the pipe, you can actually see kind of this area where the pipe gets hot the most. You can see kind of where it goes from being that very true silver to kind of this darker color. And that's indicating to the glass blowers and us that the pipe might be hot up there. We can actually put it into kind of a bath of water. It kind of spits up water onto the pipe and actually cools it down. We frequently use that after we've gone into the glass furnace for an extended period of time because the heat starts to really transfer itself onto the pipe. Again, when we're working with over 2,000 degree temperatures, things are bound to start to get hot. But we specifically use tools and materials that aren't going to get quite as hot. So while we were chatting about what we're using, how it doesn't get hot, we have another glass blower who has prepared basically the foot of the decanter, so the base. If you look over at our example one, you can see that there's this very clear foot that we've added on. In this different color. It's kind of this reddish brown. It's more brown. And so he's going to hold his pipe up and down. She's going to come over with this colored glass and actually allow it to kind of drip onto the bottom surface of the decanter. And now with this blob of glass, we're going to be able to shape it into that foot. So again, we're using those jacks to shape this glass that we just added on. And you can see how he's basically separating it kind of out and away from the bottom of the decanter, starting to create that flat base where it will eventually be able to rest on a table at. All right, so if you haven't noticed already, we have switched on to a new pipe. So we did this by bringing over a solid pipe with a little bit of glass on the end to make an attachment onto the bottom of the piece. And then on that jack line that I had mentioned earlier, we added a little bit of water to create some small cracks in the surface of the glass. And then we went ahead and tapped the pipe, sending those vibrations through, encouraging the glass to break at that location. So now we actually have access to this other side of our decanter. And you'll notice that he's beginning to kind of separate a little bit of that neck out and away because we're actually going to break it off. This is excess glass that we don't necessarily need. We also want to make sure that we get a clean, even edge, and we also have a measurement that we're trying to follow as strictly as we possibly can. So you'll see that now he's going to go in and kind of pinch it with his shears, and then we're going to tap it off and away from the piece. So now that we have this new edge of our decanter, he's going to go in with those jacks and actually begin to open it up and create the mouth, the lip line of the decanter, creating that kind of thicker part at the top as well. So you'll notice how he was able to basically get the glass to fold over itself to create that thicker lip line at the top of the piece of our decanter. And we're now going to see our glass blowers kind of disperse and start getting the other parts of the decanter ready. So we have to attach the little bit of glass to create the stamped emblem on the front. And then we also have to get the glass so that we can add the actual handle onto the side of the decanter as well. So you'll see both of our glass blowers that have gone off to the side are getting glass out of the glass furnace. They're going to go ahead and color it the same way that we previously did by dipping that hot glass into a powder color, coating the entire surface with that color, getting it hot and allowing it to melt and create a new layer. That new layer of colored glass will be able to color the entire thing. There's no mixing that we have to do. So if we were to basically take a cross section of it, you would see that there's only one thin layer of color and the rest would be clear. It's important to mention that powdered glass isn't the only way that we color our glass. We also can do it with this thing that we call a color bar, which is a solid bar of color that we can break into kind of chunks that we heat up and then drip onto the surface of the glass. And then another option is what we call frit, which is basically like a crushed up kind of rocky version of that color bar. So basically we take the color bar and we pulverize it, we break it into smaller pieces, and then we can roll that onto the surface. Frit glass usually gives quite a variety in the color, a lot of variable to the color, whereas the color bar and the powder tend to be pretty consistent in color. So we can see that we went in and added that stamp onto the kind of surface of the decanter. So we did that just by adding that little bit of colored glass, heating it with a torch, and then applying that stamp. The stamp that we've added on is actually the Museum of Glass logo that we add to the bottom of, any pieces that we make here that then go into our gift shop. And we're going to go ahead and get ready to add our handle. So the other glass blower off to the side has gotten the glass ready, has colored it, gotten it to be the correct shape that we need. And in a moment here is going to be coming over to attach it on. So here comes the glass that's going to turn into our handle. And you'll see that they attach it onto the neck of the decanter. And then we're going to stretch it pretty long so that we have enough glass to work with to be able to create the handle. This is definitely a little bit of a challenging thing to do because we don't want that glass to fling itself anywhere other than in the direction of creating that handle. And you can see trying to add that little subtle detail of twisting and kind of twirling the other end. Yeah, that's a good question. The tally marks on the annealer, we use those just to help us count certain things that we're making in large quantities. So before you guys came in this morning, we were making like these little medallions. There's just an easy way, to start the morning. They're just kind of crushing them and getting them out. And so they use the tally marks to tell them how many they've made so far. It's, same thing over there. It's just a little chalkboard, basically, where they can keep note of stuff. So some small adjustments will be made to the handle of our decanter. But we are pretty much in the home stretch of finishing this decanter off. So what we're going to see in the next few moments here is how we actually get that different coloring on the body of the decanter, because right now it's completely clear other than the kind of embellishments that we've added. And this finished decanter, as you can see, has kind of this sandy texture to it, and it has a color kind of on the outside. Yeah, if you didn't know, it's down here for you to come and get a little look at. But it has a texturing to it, and that's because we're actually going to dust some powdered glass. We're going to sift some powdered glass onto the surface of the decanter. So we should get a camera angle of the inside of what we call the powder box. Since the glass that we're using to cover the surface is so, I guess, It's very fine. It's a very, very fine powder, as you can see. We have to do it in this special box where air filtration is happening so that nobody inhales this powdered glass, because you can imagine that would not be fun for anybody. But you can see it's the same way that you would dust kind of powdered sugar onto a dessert. They use this sift. They kind of just lightly tap and allow it to dust onto the surface. We come back out, we put it into our glory hole to kind of reheat it, get that dust to kind of melt into the surface, and then we're going to go back into the powder box to get a secondary color on top. So if you do get the chance to come and look at the finished decanter a little bit closer, you'll notice that the surface has kind of a texture to it, and then it also has a little bit of this almost metallic-y shine to it as well. So out we come with our 2 new coats of powder on the surface of our decanter. And really it just comes down to finalizing the piece. We're going to give it one more good heat to make sure that that powder has partially melted into the surface, but again, not fully, because we do want to be left with that texture on the outside surface. Our gaffer, the one who's sitting at the bench, is going to go in, make some small adjustments to the shape of the handle. And then really all that's left is to go ahead and get ready to break it off after we hit it with the flame, to go ahead and, start heating up where we want it to break off. We're also trying to make sure that some of the color that we added on is getting that kind of shine to it, and we're also getting rid of some of the color off of the areas where we don't necessarily want it. And you can already tell by, how it looks right now in this moment that it's not very glossy, the finish, but instead has this kind of matte effect. We're adding a little bit of water to, again, crack the surface of the glass as we get ready to go ahead and break it off of the pipe and call it finished. So tapping it off, we're going to torch the bottom. And then we're going to go ahead and put it into our annealer, which is the big black box on the side of the hot shop, where it will slowly cool down, usually overnight in a controlled environment. Let's go ahead and give our glassblowers a round of applause. All right, so that's our second decanter of the day. We'll be working on them all day. So if you want to see the process again, we'll be starting on another one shortly. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Otherwise, thank you so much for coming in. So you'll see now that the glass blower is using a stack of newspapers to shape the glass, to further manipulate and get that neck established for our decanter. I guess I can also show off really quick. This is kind of what it will roughly look like when it's finished. The other one on the other side of the hot top on the podium is slightly different. The measurements are a little bit different than this one. So it just shows that there's lots of variability and kind of differences between, each thing. Just because they're man-made, they're made by hand. It's very hard to get them exactly identical to one another. So you'll see again using those newspapers to go in, shaping the glass, and then you'll notice the other glass blower on the opposite side of the pipe is blowing her own breath into the glass. By blowing into that pipe, it's able to actually inflate the glass, making it larger and allowing us to achieve the certain shapes that we're looking for. Now that we have basically the basic shape of our decanter finished, we're going to be getting ready to add the foot, or kind of the bottom base of our decanter. So if you look at the one that we have here, you can actually see there's a kind of a big coin of color on the bottom of the decanter, kind of holding it up as a foot. That's what we're going to be adding in a moment here. So the other glass blower in our hot shop has gone off to the side, and she's getting some color onto the clear glass that she has gathered out of the glass furnace. So you'll notice that we're getting ready to go ahead and add this foot onto the bottom of our decanter as he holds it up towards the sky. And then allows that new glass, that colored glass, to be dripped onto the bottom surface. He's now going to go in and begin shaping that glass to, again, create that kind of protruding foot that we're looking for, to actually act as the base for the decanter. Welcome into those of you that are just joining us. Welcome to our hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. My name is Charlotte. I'm your MC, so that means if you have any questions, let me know and I can answer them for you. We are working on what we call a decanter. So if you actually look on the podium over there, you can see that we have one on display, but we also have one here that I can give you a quick look at as well. So this is what we're working on today. You can see right now we're actually getting ready to go ahead and switch on to a new pipe. So we're going to go ahead and attach that new pipe. And now we're going to get ready to break it off of its original blowpipe by adding a little bit of water to that jack line, that kind of indent point, and then tapping it off of the pipe. So by kind of doing a combination of things to weaken a specific area in the glass, we're able to get it to actually break. So the water actually creates those small little spiderweb cracks in the surface, and then when we tap on the pipe, it actually causes it to break. So you'll be able to see now we are on a different pipe, and we're able to start working with the other side of the glass. So we're going to start to kind of open up the mouth and the lip of the decanter and start creating kind of those extra elements that'll get added on as well. So I'll also mention the reason that we're making these decanters today is because we do a annual yearly auction sometime in mid to late September for Red Hot, where we make a bunch of goblets. So 50, we make more than 50, but 50 goblets that go on auction alongside the matching decanter. If you want to see kind of some of the prototypes of our goblets, we have them here on this front podium. And then we also have our finalized kind of goblet that we've finally picked and decided on after trying out all these different types of goblets. We have them off on the other podium as well, alongside their matching decanter. You'll see that we went ahead and actually just removed some excess glass that we did not need. So this gives us a clean edge to work with, and it also makes sure that we are kind of following to the measurements that we have set for our decanter, trying to make sure that they are all roughly the same height. Yeah, that's a great question. I love that question. How do we make these kind of designed balls on the stem of the goblet? So that's what we call the optic ball. And what we do is we get some glass on the end of our pipe, and then we put it into what we call an optic mold. It's very conveniently named. You might be able to sneak a little peek of some of them. They're on the floor in front of the kind of big furnace. They're basically like little molds that we put the glass into. We blow a little bit of air into the glass to allow it to actually inflate and take shape of the mold. And then we shape it into this very small ball. So on these ones are actually blown, whereas the ones that you see that are much smaller, like quarter-sized, right here, are actually solid glass. So there's a little bit of a difference. But yeah, they put them into that mold, and then they shape them into that round sphere, and then they build the rest of the stem off of it. Yeah. So you'll notice that now we're making kind of that thicker lip of the decanter by actually kind of encouraging the glass to fold over onto itself. And what we're going to get ready to do is start adding the different elements on as well. So we're going to get the glass for the kind of emblem that we're adding. We're adding a little bit of glass to then stamp our Museum of Glass logo. And then we're also adding on a handle to our decanter. So you'll notice that we're using this really big blowtorch. One of the reasons that we're using it is so that we can get specific heat on an area that might be getting cold faster than the rest of the piece. So that connection point where the glass on the pipe meets the bottom of the decanter starts to get cold pretty fast. And so to make sure that we don't have any cracking or breaking, we can use that blowtorch to get some quick and specific heat onto that area, making sure that it doesn't get too cold. So here comes the little bit of glass that we're going to be adding onto the surface to add the stamp. So we're going to be stamping our Museum of Glass logo onto the surface. You'll see that he goes in and actually torches it with this really hot torch for a moment, and then comes in and stamps our logo. How hard is it? That's a good question. It's very hard. So they make it look really easy, right? They make it look like it's no big deal. But it's actually really challenging because it's really hot and it can be really hard to control that hot glass. That's a great question. What's your question? How can we stand right in front of it without getting burned? So the answer is it's very hot, and it does kind of hurt your skin a little bit, but you aren't touching anything that is actively getting hot by it, so you aren't getting burned by it. But every once in a while, one of our glass blowers do end up getting, hurt, but they try to be very careful. The other thing is you kind of get used to it. It starts to not really hurt as much after you do it for a really long time. Why do we use fire to make the glass? So we use the fire to keep it hot, right? So can you see how when it's hot, like this glass that she's bringing over right now, it's so hot that it's almost liquid, so it's kind of moving. But when it's cold, like the rest of the piece, it's solid. It's not moving anymore. So we use the fire to get it hot again so that we can shape it and we can change it and we can make it into anything that we want. it's about, the furnace that you're seeing right here that's kind of glowing at you is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So really, 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 really hot. But the glass, you know, kind of in this state, it's probably like 1,800, 1,500, somewhere within a, you know, upper 1,000 range. What's your question? So, like I had said, we need it to keep it hot. So if we don't keep the glass hot, it'll get too cold and then it'll break. So in this environment that we're in right now, it's a nice, comfortable temperature, but for the glass, it's too cold. So the glass doesn't like to cool down that fast, and it'll break. It'll basically throw a tantrum, and it'll break and shatter everywhere. So we have to make sure that we keep it hot with the fire. So we use the fire to keep it hot so that it doesn't break, because we don't want it to break, right? We want it to stay fully put together and finished so that we can use it. Yeah. What's your question? What's that? No, so that's what I was saying. I'll answer it one more time, and I hope everyone's got their listening ears on. We use the fire to keep it hot. So the reason that we want it hot is so that it doesn't break. If it gets too cold, it will break. So using the fire, right, because fire is really hot. You don't touch fire because of how hot it is. So we use the fire to make sure that we can keep it hot enough. So really quick, we're off to the side right now, actually dusting a powdered color onto the surface of our decanter. So you may notice that the one that we have on display is kind of this sandy texture, and it's got a color to it. And that's because we're actually dusting powder onto the surface that colors the glass. And we do this twice. We do it twice with two different colors so that we can get this effect on the outside of the decanter. So you'll be able to see, if we can go to the powder box, they kind of just like sift it onto the surface. And we have to do it inside of this box off to the side to make sure that nobody breathes it in. Because if we were to breathe it in, that could be really harmful because it's powdered glass. So you can see how that, you know, powder looks in that bowl. And then we use that sift right there to actually dust it onto the surface. And now as we come out, you'll be able to see that we're going to heat it up and kind of melt that powder into the surface of the glass. And then we're using that fire again to heat up our tools. We're trying to make sure that everything that we're using is really hot so that we don't crack and break the glass at all. What's your question? How do we put color in the glass? That's a really good question. So the way that we put the color in the glass, we can do it in 3 different ways. So one of the ways that we just saw was with powder, right? We used a powder to dust it onto the surface. We can also use a frit. It's basically like rocky, so like, you know, pebbles almost of glass that we can roll onto the surface. Or we can use a solid bar, so a solid bar of glass that we can then melt down and put onto it. And the way that we color the glass is by using metals, what we call metal oxides, very fancy. So basically things like copper or tin or even like gold. We can use gold to color glass. So yeah, that's how we color our glass. So there's actually nothing inside of there. It can be really hard to see inside of the big furnace, but there's nothing in there. Well, until we put glass into it, all that's happening is that we're forcing kind of like compressed natural gas, and we're trying to heat it up. So the only thing that's going in there is the natural gas to heat it up. and then the glass will go in there to get heated up. But there's actually nothing inside of that big furnace. That's a good question. So I just want everyone to see we've finished our piece. So we're going to go ahead and add a little bit of water again to crack it and break it off of the pipe now. And then we're going to torch the bottom so that we clean up any rough edge left over from the pipe. And it's going to get taken over to this big black box that we call the annealer, where it slowly cools down in a controlled environment. Because again, this environment that we're in is too cold for it to cool down. So it'll slowly cool down, probably overnight, and we'll be able to see it tomorrow. Let's give them a round of applause. So if you ended up missing some of the process, don't worry, we're going to be doing it over again. And if you have any questions, I will go ahead and answer them now while they get set up for the next one. Oh, that's a really good, that's a smart way of thinking. But actually, that tube doesn't do anything to power anything. It's actually just part of the air filtration. If you look close enough, you can see a big fan in there. Do you see that? What's your question? Yeah, so how do we make the glass? We make the glass from sand. So it's not the same sand that you get off the beach, right? But it's a different kind of sand, what we call silica sand. And what we do is we put this powder silica sand into the glass furnace over here, and it heats it up really, really hot, and it melts it. So it melts it down into basically a liquid that looks kind of like lava, but it's not lava. It's just sand that has gotten really, really hot. So we use the pipes because it allows us to have control over it, and it keeps it on kind of a stable point. So basically we use the sticks, or what we call the pipes, as our anchor. It's where we can build everything off of. Why do we have to put it where? In this big thing? The big round one here? Yeah, so this big round chamber, we have to put it in there to keep it hot. So just like how we use the fire, we have to put it in there so that it can stay hot so that it doesn't break. So it's really, really hot inside of there. And so we put the glass in there to heat it up so that we can keep working with it. So every time he goes back into that furnace, it allows it to stay hot so that he can keep working with it. How? Into where? Into the furnace? Into this big round one? Yeah, so they put it in the furnace. That's part of the reason why we use the pipes, right? So part of the reason why we use the pipes is so that we can have the ability to kind of put it into the furnace so that it can heat up. So that's one of the reasons why we use the pipes, is the pipes let us put it into the furnace. Thank you so much, you guys. So many good questions. So if you are just recently joining us, just a reminder to also everyone, we're working on these decanters that you can come and get a closer look at over here on the podium. And next, all these little things are here. We have all of these goblets that we've made as well. And this is all made for a annual yearly auction that we do in mid to late September every year. We make a goblet that is designed by our Museum of Glass glassblowers and a matching decanter to go alongside it. We make, hundreds of them, but only 50 of them actually go onto the auction sale, along with 35 of the matching decanters. We do it for Red Hot every single year. It's super fun. We have tons of designs. If we could show the slideshow of all of our previous designs, we'll see some of those previous ones that we've done in the past. Sometimes, though, it's hard for them to pull up. Oh, look at that! So here we can get some examples of previous years that we've done where we can see the decanter alongside its matching goblet. We'll let those kind of roll through, let you see all the other different designs that we've had in the past. On the other podium, we do have kind of our prototypes over here, so you can get an idea of kind of the artistic direction that they were headed in, and then maybe, where they pivoted in certain areas to achieve a different look. But yeah, so we have the finalized ones off to the side along with the decanter, and that's what we'll be working on for today. So that means if you have any questions that come up while we are kind of going through the process, let me know. I'm here to answer them. Otherwise, we have just started, so you're going to be able to see it from start to finish, what goes into making one of these decanters. So the beginning of the process can be a little bit of a slow start as we're trying to shape the glass and start to, allow it to inflate properly as we blow the air into it. But you'll notice that he's going to use a variety of different tools to help him shape the glass. One of them being the papers that he's using currently. This is a stack of newspapers that we can soak with water and then use on the hot surface of the glass. And you'll notice that one of the other glass blowers on the opposite side of the pipe is starting to blow her own breath into the glass and actually inflate it, allowing the glass to grow in size. I also want to mention that if you are interested in maybe purchasing something from here, the museum, we have our second sale happening soon, which is where all of the glass items that aren't necessarily up to par to our very critical glass blowers go on sale. That's going to be happening June 21st. It's a really fun event, honestly. I love going every year and seeing what things I can snag for a really low price. And we would love it if you guys would come support the museum, maybe buy yourself a nice little piece of glass art from our museum artists. Because again, a lot of the things that end up going into our gift shop are, made by them here in the museum. Today's one of those days where they're making stuff that ends up going to, something a little different. But usually if they're in here making stuff, it tends to go straight to our gift shop to fund the museum and support what we do here. So you'll notice that we've gotten this really kind of long, skinny neck that we've added to the glass. That's because this eventually will turn into that kind of neckline of the decanter. So it's just going to be a process of continuing to expand and blow out the kind of round part of the decanter, kind of the base or the bottom half. And then one of our other glass blowers are going to start to prepare the foot of the decanter now so that we can go ahead and attach it to the bottom. So if you look closely, you can actually see that there's kind of this base to the decanter, almost like a little foot to it, that is in a different color than what the body of the decanter will be. And so we'll be going in and adding that in just a moment here. Yeah, so you're completely correct. Yes. So the tools that we're using, they oftentimes are decently cold, and so there is, a little bit of like a risk of, using certain tools on the glass and causing it to crack. But oftentimes, and you'll notice it a little later on, he's going to use that blowtorch to actually heat up certain tools that he's going to be using. Especially once we are rotated onto that new pipe, there's a lot more risk of certain areas getting colder faster, and so we don't want to continue that by then using cold tools. So you'll see him actually use the blowtorch to heat up certain tools to make sure that we aren't gonna endanger the glass at all. The other thing is that it does kind of hold the heat for a little bit, so that's probably the most common thing that glass blowers will burn themselves on is not the glass, but it's the tools, just because they do hold that heat for a little bit of time, and then if they set it down maybe the wrong way and they don't realize they grabbed the wrong side of their tool, they end up burning their hands. So Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. It's not necessarily that it's easier to use cold versus hot tools when it's a solid mass, but when we start to blow it and the glass gets thinner, there is a little bit more risk of just using the tools in general, hot or cold, just because any sort of vibration to delicate kind of thin glass could cause it to just snap off pretty much at any point. So yeah, there's a lot of factors that kind of go into it to make sure that they aren't going to harm the glass, break it in any way, crack it, all that stuff. But again, these are professionals. You know, they've been doing this for 30 plus years. You know, this is their life's work. Oftentimes people think that they're like students or they volunteer or something like that, but they have worked here since the museum opened. So, and they have experience even beyond that. So, sometimes I have to kind of tell people, like, they make it look really easy, when in reality it's not. It's definitely not this simple and kind of efficient little dance that they do on the hot shop floor. I would definitely not suggest that you try it at home, but maybe go take a class for it. Why not? You know, it couldn't hurt. I started learning how to do this when I was like 13. So if they were trusting middle schoolers to do this, because there's a local middle school in the area that has a hot shop in the school, I think you could trust yourself to maybe give it a go, right? So, yeah. I mean, accidents are bound to happen. I think one of the most popular things that glass blowers like to say is if you didn't want it to break, don't make it out of glass. Glass breaks. It happens. Accidents happen. Sometimes they're making things that are really difficult, things that have like never been done in glass. Because oftentimes we have visiting artists that come that don't work in glass at all. Maybe they work in textiles or they work in pottery. And so they don't know the limitations or what can actually be done in glass. And so they kind of challenge our glass blowers to do things that never have been thought to do in glass. And that does lead to some accidents, of course. You know, it's a lot of trial and error. But they're very resilient and they're very good at just always trying again. You know, oh, it didn't work this time, we're going to try it this way instead. Oh, that didn't work either, we're going to try it again, you know. So accidents happen. Sometimes they burn themselves, not very often. I mean, I've been here off and on for years now, and don't think I've ever seen a serious burn, but I have seen the occasional, like, oh, man, that's hot. Okay, let's be more careful. Let's go cool down the pipe. So check out the gallery if you haven't. Yeah, it's awesome. There's some really cool stuff in there right now. So checking in with where we are with our decanter, you'll notice that we've switched to a new pipe. So you got to see that whole process of how we transition from our original blow pipe onto a new solid pipe, what we call the punty. And so we've attached that punty onto the bottom of the decanter, and now we have access to the other side of the glass and access to that opening that was left over from the blowpipe. We're going to be able to start making the lip and the mouth of our decanter. So he's specifically in the glory hole right now in this big reheating chamber to heat up the front half of the glass. So this is so that he can have control over that front half, be able to kind of open it up more or be able to stretch it so that we can remove some of it. Again, this glory hole that we're using can be about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're working with really, really hot temperatures. And I always like to tell people that it kind of heats up the same way that your oven does at home. We basically flip some switches, push some buttons, tell it to heat up to a certain temperature. and it preheats within, an hour or so in the morning when we get here. The only thing in our hot shop that you're seeing that doesn't ever turn off is going to be the glass furnace. So the furnace where they're getting all of the hot molten glass from, it holds about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass. It's on 24/7. It never gets turned off. I think I've been told it's gotten turned off like 2 or 3 times in the whole history of the museum being open, because it needed some sort of cleaning or something like that, and so it's not fun to do. 1,000 pounds of hot glass in both of these separate furnaces. They're always on, and they kind of rotate between the two. So when one of them's full, the other one's getting refilled because it was empty. So you'll notice that we had removed that excess glass. This is mostly to give us a clean edge and also to make sure that we're meeting certain height requirements, because we do have a metal measurer that we've been using to try to make sure that for the most part our decanters are similar in size and shape. Again, since everything is, handmade, it's definitely challenging to kind of just do a copy and paste and make the exact same replica every single time. But by using measurements and trying to stay consistent with that, we are able to achieve handmade glass that ends up looking very similar. So what we're going to see him do now is go in with this metal tool called the jacks, and he's going to go from the inside of that glass and kind of fan it open and out so that we can encourage the glass to actually fold over itself, creating that thicker kind of lip. So if you actually get a closer look at the decanter on display, you can see that there's a thickness kind of at the top, and then the rest goes back to that very thin neck. So you might notice that we have the shape down to a T, and really all that we're missing now is the embellishments on the outside. So we're going to be adding the stamp that we put on. So we're going to add a little bit of glass to the surface of the decanter to then stamp our Museum of Glass logo into it. And then we're also going to be making the handle to the decanter as well. So 2 of our glass blowers are off to the side of our hot shop, starting to prepare that glass that'll get added on. So here comes that first bit of glass to go ahead and add our Museum of Glass emblem, our stamp, onto. You'll notice that truly we just added on, we cut it away from its pipe. He's blowtorching it a little bit so that we can then go in and stamp that logo into the glass. And then he's using that air gun just to quickly cool it down, make sure that the glass doesn't stay too hot and then lose the actual imprint that we've made. And you'll notice that he's specifically blowtorching that kind of back half of the glass specifically where we have connected it to the new pipe, what we call the punty again, because it is the most vulnerable right now. It is where cracking could happen most likely, and it could actually then cause the entire piece to fall off of the pipe, which is definitely the last thing that we want this far into the process. So he makes sure that we keep it hot on that back end so that nothing bad will happen to the glass that is more susceptible to losing heat. So all we're waiting for now is the glass for the handle to be ready to go, and then we're going to bring it over and start the process of making that handle onto the surface of the decanter. So here's the glass now. We can see that it's really red hot. We're going to attach it onto the neck of the decanter, and he's going to begin to kind of stretch that glass a little bit. Again, going to cut it away from its original pipe so that now it is fully attached only to the decanter. And then this is a tricky process of trying to get that glass to properly behave so that we can encourage it and manipulate it to curve and create that handle. Again, another moment where you really get to see that our glass blowers make things look pretty easy when in reality it is definitely a very challenging skill to do, to add that handle onto the decanter. The glass does not want to do what he wants it to do. It wants to kind of flop around, attach itself somewhere else. So it takes a lot of years of practice to make it look this effortless. All right, so we really have just one final step in the process of finishing this decanter. If you see the one that we have on display, you might notice that the body of the decanter is not fully clear. So what we're going to be doing is adding a powdered color onto the surface of our decanter by kind of sifting or dusting it onto the surface. So we have to do it off to the side in this specialized box that we call the powder box, simply because the powder is so fine that if anyone were to inhale it, it would be extremely dangerous. And so we don't want it in the air. So we're going inside of that powder box. It's constantly having that air filtration to make sure that everyone involved is safe. And what we're doing is we're basically sifting it onto the surface of the glass. So the same way that you would sift powdered sugar onto, your lemon bars or your dessert at home, we do it the same way. You'll see that we come out, we heat it up, and then we're going to go in for a second layer of a second color. So we're doing two different colors to give it this almost kind of like metallic-y effect that it has, and also to give it this very sandy, kind of gritty texture that you can actually feel like when you touch it. It has this kind of matte texture to it instead of being glossy again. And look at that. You get a little nice angle of the inside of that powder box. And you can see just how fine as dust, that powder really is. We come out and we're going to go ahead and heat it once again. And we're going to just do the finishing steps of the process to finish our decanter. So some small adjustments to that handle will be made while it's still hot enough to be changed. All right, so after those small final adjustments, we're ready to go ahead and call it finished. A little bit of water to create those cracks, getting it ready to be broken off of the pipe and grabbed a hold of. Gonna torch the bottom to try and get rid of any of those rough edges left over from our pipe. And then off it will go into this big black box called the annealer, where it slowly cools down in a controlled environment, usually overnight. So about a 12-hour period of time, it'll slowly cool down in temperature. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, so I do believe that we're going to keep on going and do another one. Probably will be our, I don't know what time it is, probably be our last one before lunch. So if you want to see the process maybe again, or you didn't get to see the whole thing, you can hang out. We'll do another one in a moment here. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them as well. So while they are beginning the first part of the decanter, kind of just the start of the process, could we actually go ahead and play the Kids Design Glass video for the audience?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world, and what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So I'm being asked a really great question about how we add color to our glass. I love this question because people often think it's some sort of dye or we have to mix it into the glass when none of that's really true. The glass that we're working with right now in this current moment is completely clear, doesn't have any color to it because it came out of our glass furnace, and our glass furnace only houses clear glass. Glass furnace holds about 1,000 pounds of hot, clear glass. We add color in 3 different ways. So it can either be done with a solid bar, so what we call color bar, and we can break that into smaller kind of bite-sized chunks that we heat up and then drip onto the surface of the clear glass, creating a new layer of glass. So if you were to take a cross-section of it, you would see mostly clear and then one small layer of color that then colors the entire piece. The other 2 ways is going to be like crushed up versions of that bar. So what we call frit, which is kind of a rocky texture. It has a lot more variable in the color. It's not as consistent in color. It allows for some of that clear to kind of poke through. So it's definitely gives a different look than the color bar does, because the color bar gives you one solid color, no variation to it. And then the powder, which is what we're using today, is the finest, version. It's that dust that we can sift onto the outside surface, or we can also roll the glass into it, coating the entire surface in the color. The glass is colored with metal oxides. So things like copper, cobalt, gold. One of the ways that we get pink glass is by using gold chloride. That's why it's the most expensive color, and usually the rarest color to find is this very, very true pink, very hot pink. It's because it's made with gold, so definitely more expensive to make and find. Whereas like a blue would be cobalt, right? A very cobalt blue. We put that cobalt into the glass, certain chemical reactions happen, allows for it to then change color. Yeah, there's a lot of science that goes into all of this. The glass blowing itself is very chemistry based, and then also the ingredients that we're using to actually make our glass color. It's all a lot of science that goes into it. So the glass that we're working with right now, we can see straight through it, and there's no color to it. Any color that you are seeing to the glass on the pipe right now is simply just because of how hot it is. So sometimes it'll glow kind of this orange or yellow color, and that's just because it's really hot. We are now coming in with another pipe to add some glass onto the bottom of the decanter to create basically like a foot, kind of like a flat bottom, a flat base to the decanter that is going to have color to it. So you should be able to notice quite a significant difference between the glass that has been colored and the glass that is clear as we kind of drip this color onto the bottom. And then he's going to shape that into our glass foot. So right now, the colored glass that we just added onto the bottom looks very orange. When in reality, that's not its true color. It's going to appear a different color than it actually is because of how hot it is. So the heat distorts the color. In reality, it's going to end up being this very kind of like reddish brown that you see on the example that we have out. So as that glass that we added cools down, you'll start to see that color show up a lot more. But we won't be able to see that fully true color until it's actually gotten to room temperature. So once again, just as a reminder for anyone that's maybe joining us, hasn't heard yet, we're making these decanters that you can come and see, one kind of a little closer to see the details that go into it. And you can also see all of its friends, the goblets that we've been making to go alongside the decanter. So every year we do an annual auction for Red Hot where we make 50 goblets and 35 of these matching decanters, and we auction them off sometime in mid-late September. We've done it pretty much every year. It's really fun. We have lots of designs that we've done in the past, and if we could actually throw up the slideshow of our previous goblets that we've done for Red Hot, that would be awesome. So we can go ahead and show our audience the previous designs that we've had, just to give an idea of, how different these ones are. And then we also have the prototypes on the other pedestal. So you can kind of see the work that went into designing the finalized goblet. Can we go ahead and see that slideshow of our past goblets? So here's going to show you just some of our previous designs that we've had in the past. It'll show you both the goblet that was designed alongside the decanter. And really it shows you that every year is vastly different. Really no design that we've done looks identical to the other. So now you've gotten to see some of the past designs that we've done. You can also come and see, the ones that we prototyped, the ones that we played with and kind of creatively imagined, and then you can see actually the finalized idea. So you get to see kind of the whole progression of our glass blowers, our glass artists kind of deciding what they wanted this year's goblet to look like. And how they then matched the decanter to go with it. All right, so now that we're on a new pipe, we're going to start working with the kind of opening of the decanter. You'll see that he's starting to stretch that neck, and is going to actually remove some of this glass because it's excess. We don't necessarily need it. We also want to make sure we have a clean edge, and we're also following the measurements that we have taken for this specific decanter. We want all of them to be, roughly the same height and same shape. I also want to remind everyone in the hot shop, if you love watching the glass artists work, we actually live stream our hot shop on YouTube. So if you ever want to know what we're doing in our hot shop on a certain day, Wednesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. through 5 p.m., we are always live streaming everything that we're doing in the hot shop. And the live stream also includes the live, captions, and you can hear whoever is emceeing kind of talk you through what is happening as well. You can go to our YouTube channel to find that, or you can also go to our website to then link you to the live stream. All right, so it looks like we are adding kind of the external embellishments onto the decanter. You'll see that we've added the small piece of glass that's colored to be the kind of Museum of Glass logo emblem that we stamped into the glass. And now we're going to get ready to add the handle onto the outside of the decanter. So one of our other glass blowers has prepped it off to the side, and it's going to go ahead and bring it over, and we're going to get ready to attach it and actually shape the handle. So you'll see we make the attachment to the actual neck of the decanter, kind of stretch it, allowing it to get that length. And then here comes the tricky part of trying to get the glass to do what we would like it to and get it to actually shape itself into the proper shape for our handle. Again, of course, our glass blowers are very good at what they do, and they make it look very easy. All right, so we are getting very close to finishing off, I think, our 5th decanter of the day. So we were very close to having it finished, but what you'll notice is that it went into the glory hole one shape and came out another. And it's just because it's too cold. So when it gets too cold, things that we don't want to happen will happen to the glass. It's one of the things that, glass blowers will say over and over and over, you have to keep it hot, or else it will literally just explode on itself, which is exactly what happened inside of that glory hole. So sadly, we did not get to see that one finished. We'll have to see what they decide to do, if they decide to maybe start another one before we go to lunch. So it sounds like since we are pretty close to our lunchtime, instead of trying to start a whole nother decanter, we're actually going to be working on a prototype for the stopper. So if you saw the slideshow of all the decanters, you may have noticed that they all had their own unique stopper as well. And so that's what we'll be kind of just prototyping, seeing, what we want it to look like, trying to work out the shape and the size of it, along with if it'll have any sort of color. So that's what we'll be doing for a little bit. You'll notice that he's going into what we call an optic mold right now. And when he comes out, the glass now has texture and kind of a pattern to it. So if you look close enough, you can actually see that new texture on the outside of the glass. So we can see that these are made pretty quickly. We're able to kind of just get a bunch of these done pretty fast. But that doesn't mean they're all going to be perfect and fit perfectly into the top of the decanter. There's definitely some kind of measuring that has to happen and a little bit of playing with the shape to make sure that it looks good with the decanter before we call it finished. But it sounds like we're going to go ahead and take our lunch, so I'll answer some questions before we head out, but otherwise we are all finished. We'll be back in about an hour, usually, is how long they go for. Yeah, that's a great question. So since we very sadly had to see one of our pieces go, we are able to. If it's completely clear, it doesn't have any sort of color contaminating it or near it, we are able to recycle it. If it's been colored or it's been near color, it's too much of a risk to cross-contaminate our glass furnace, and so unfortunately we can't. But in the past, we've opened up our scraps for like local artists to come sift through so they can make it into their own artwork, whether it be like a mosaic or jewelry or, you know, anything like that. So we try to be very careful about the waste because glass breaks, you know, it happens. And so it's nice to know if it goes somewhere, right, instead of just on the floor. But otherwise, thank you so much for hanging out. Again, we'll be back in about like an hour or so. So if you're still here after maybe walking the gallery, you want to come see some more of the same thing, we'll still be making decanters.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet. We only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things, where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment. Incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that green?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first color type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. Everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, a one-time thing. This will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see a really good glass artist manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I see a lot rondelles we made yesterday. It's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attacked.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So to keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick.
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll get better.
Exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah, 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smallish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. It's just so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories. And when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Teng. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's going to be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned. That's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
nice if you can make it. Yeah.
Can I make it?
Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just gonna go once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna touch, Ben? I'm good. Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little time.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to take that out. Three on the right, Eden. Blow hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, take a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See this
Let it
out?
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot truck?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. Fitting thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, we'll see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And then-
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea, I just started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is just bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and made. Actually haven't made very many more of them because it was so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shape to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. You know, I'm very heavily influenced by modernism, and you know, Henry Moore and Calder, and you know, that whole modernist era, and because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by, you know, indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, you know, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, you know, I started, you know, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, you know, really into the process of, you know, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, you know, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, you know, then that is, you know, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, you know, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
My name is Ade Jean-Baptiste, and I'm from Westchester, New York. My work kind of tackles this idea of these creatures moving through this landscape. They're oftentimes a metaphor for the feeling of otherness. So it kind of is a metaphor for my own personal experience of maybe not being like the first one to land. My parents are immigrants. They immigrated to the U.S. during the 80s, but this kind of second generation that is kind of both kind of part of this other culture that is not American, but trying to fit into this American culture, which is with these aliens, it's the same thing. These aliens, they can't be human. They will always be alien, but they're kind of co-opting parts of human culture. So you can kind of see in some of the figures, the clothing that they wear, even sometimes the expressions and the kind of the funky things that I add to them that kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, my color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a very, or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that a lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor, and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African-American community here in the U.S. during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the U.S., them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire. And like, if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so drawn to Community, is because of how that series was able to shape my collegiate experience, even my glass experience, working with all those different artists.
I'm Ayano Yoshizumi from Japan, and I'm based in Toyama Prefecture now. 6 objects. I draw on the paper. Then I just introduce more color and patterns into my work, because I've been making those series, but just like plain color or like plain color faded. So I just wanted a more complicated application onto it, because I'm trying to bend, because I always use mold to make a rectangle shape, but I wanted to distort it a little bit more. Yeah, so I really like the designing and colors as well. Especially I admire the etcher sauces, like Italian design. Working in Australia changes me so differently. Like, I was preferred to use subtle color, which, you know, Japanese like, but it's really nice to get the people motivated. I love abstract painting, and I admire the French painter Henri Matisse. His drawing is pretty overwhelming to me, to be child but not childish. So that's a big no, but I really wanted to do. So I'm gonna blow into it this afternoon to see how it goes. But I find the metal is, you know, heavy, but it get a nice surface texture. Yeah, because you know, the glass blowing is a lot of like practice and patience to get exactly what I wanted to done. So I really appreciate this opportunity to help myself, because we need to take advantage of how the glass community is small, so that's, you know, people can contact easily than like other industries. So I'm being at the TA at Toyama Institute of Glass Art, and then I wanted to encourage the student get more, you know, overseas to see cool things.
My name is Clifford Rainey. I'm originally from Belfast, Northern Ireland, and I now reside in Napa, California. I'm primarily a sculptor. I studied sculpture, and I started off doing bronze casting with drawing and painting, and then I discovered this medium called glass. And I hate to say that was way back in the end of the 60s and 70s. And most of my kind of ideas and things come from travels, or I'm very concerned about the environment and ecology and politics and all those important things, and then I try to weave those concerns into my work as a way of kind of getting people engaged. Yeah, and then kind of around the tops as well over here. And this is good. You don't need that much. See, that's most likely enough. And then what I sometimes try to do when the bubble's been blowing, then come in a little bit more. I walked from Kenya to South Africa and back up when I was younger, and I was always kind of expecting to go into these, you know, the Maasai or Tanzania or Zambia or something like that, and find people, you know, beautiful bowls and, I love it. You know, traditional whatever, you know, being a very romantic person. But in fact, you know, what people were doing was using old tin cans and stuff, and they would make these bowl shapes purely for tourists. And And it's that sort of generic. It's just that very generic bowl shape.
Yeah, I'll take a door now.
It was years ago when I started coming to America from the UK. I discovered in the Museum of American Indian, I think it was in New York, these same beautiful bowl shapes.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hot Shop. Today during this week so far we've been working on the decanters and goblets on the podium there. Can we please turn the microphone up a bit? Can we please turn the microphone up just a little bit? We'll go in and carve into the end of the glass there, into the top of the glass and the end of the pipe where it's connected with the jacks. This is what we're doing here is we're creating a line of tension, a weak point to be able to remove the glass from the initial pipe at a different point in the process. Glass doesn't want to be carved into, doesn't want to be thinned out, so this is an important step in the process. He'll guide the glass with papers. Papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. It's really important that we keep the piece evenly heated throughout, and so we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber, which means that we'll give the piece a flash. It wants to stay above a certain amount degrees, and it also needs to be malleable enough for them to continue to manipulate the shape, like expand the bubble or just enhance the shape by using tools. And so that reheating chamber in front of the bench is about 2,300 degrees. The next step will be to add the foot, which has color. So Sarah will prepare a bit of glass that has been rolled in this really pretty deep burgundy color here on the podium. And then we'll put it onto the bottom. We have to shape the bottom before we work on the top. That's because we're connected to the pipe to be able to reinforce air. While doing shaping, some of the air will seep out. So to work on the top, you have to become disconnected from the air source. We'll go in with the diamond shears and snip. In one snip, he'll be able to remove that additional pipe and to disconnect the glass from the pipe. A lot of the tools that we a lot of the tools that we use during the glass making process are designed for glass. And so those diamond shears cut in a 360. So we need to be able to enhance the opposite side now. So we'll transfer it from the initial blowpipe by adding a transfer rod to the bottom. We'll add a little bit of water to the jack line. and then tap the pipe. So the goblets and decanters are for our annual Red Hot Gala that raises about 50% of our operating funds, and it happens in September. It's a really exciting night with a live auction, silent auction, dinner, and then a live demonstration. So if you have any interest in coming and hanging out with us in September, follow us online to be able to secure some tickets and to come hang out for Red Hot. The 2 goblets and the 1 decanter will be on the table, and they're available for purchase, and there's an exclusive set that is created for every single year. And then when we have like additional one-offs and other items that don't make it out of the hot shop into the store or to Red Hot, when we make these prototypes, we end up having a lot of what we call seconds. In retail, maybe they'll call it samples. And so we'll have a second sale June 20th, and this is where you can get really cool one-of-a-kind items, handmade glass items made here by the Hot Shop team for a really, really great deal. And so if you have any interest in coming to snag a couple seconds, what we call seconds, but they're definitely first. They're awesome. So they're like samples from, the depth of dead stock. You guys should come back June 20th and support Museum of Glass and grab some seconds from this, some items from the second sale. And other happenings here at Museum of Glass, we also will have the return of Breakfast at the Cone, the Art of Business on June 6th. This annual fundraising event promotes civic engagement among cultural organizations and business leaders to support the future of Tacoma. So if your organization is interested in having breakfast with us here at the Museum of Glass on June 6th, be sure to visit our website to gather more information and to get tickets to come and have breakfast with us here at the Cone. So the scavo will be sifted on in the powder booth, and we have to sift it on in the powder booth because we don't want to inhale glass, not too safe. So they're going to sift it on to give it that antique, as if we dug it up, artifact, mystery vibe. Also, the second sale is actually June 21st. So, my apologies. I said June 20th. So, if you have any interest, follow us online to get all the proper double check my facts, fact checked my information to come and grab some seconds glass. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point, and then we'll tap the pipe to help release the glass. We'll give it a hot torch on the bottom. We can give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. So it'll rest there to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So it'll bake back down to room temperature. And we're going to do it all again. So in just a moment, you'll be able to see how it starts if you came in at the end. It does cool down gradually in a controlled environment. Can we please turn the microphone up just a little bit? So we'll continue to blow into the end of the pipe as he guides the glass with his papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. We're going to place on the foot portion that has been rolled and gathered and rolled and chopped in crushed glass. And so this is what we refer to as frit. This is how we get color into the glass. And so next we'll bring over the foot, snip it on to the bottom, and then shape it. Welcome to the hot shop. Come on in and have a seat. We are making decanters similar to the one here on the table. We're going to transfer the body of the piece from off of the initial blowpipe in a second here to be able to work on the top. So we'll add that additional pipe to the bottom, let it cool down a bit before we remove the glass from the initial pipe, blowpipe. We put a little bit of water on the carved in jack line and then tapped the pipe and the vibration, and the water helped release the glass from the end of the pipe. So now we'll go in and stretch out the top. And then we're going to take off the additional little bit of glass on the right side there so we can open it up. So we'll go in with the shears, grind into the glass or carve into the glass and then tap it. And now we have a really tiny access point that we'll be able to heat up that neckline and then get into the glass. It'll become so malleable due to the heat. We'll be able to flare it open. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced stir. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at around 2,300 degrees. Thank you. We have to go in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the glass evenly heated and then to get it super duper hot in places that we need to sculpt and mold the glass. Can we see some of the years past goblet and decanter sets? So every year here at the Museum of Glass, we make a special 2 goblets and 1 decanter set for the annual gala. This gala raises about 50% of our operating funds. And now the theme is like apothecary, mythical forest vibe. So we're going to go put some scavo on the surface to almost look as if we dug it up. So it'll give it that really cool antique, rustic, but a treasure type of finish. Okay, I thought we were taking it to put scavo on it, but unfortunately, we threw that one away, so we're going to start all over. So you guys will be able to see how the process starts by dipping into the furnace, rotating the steel rod, gathering the glass, and blowing into it. This is the start of the initial bubble that becomes a decanter. So now that we've gathered over that initial bubble a few times, we'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water to be able to just shape the glass and cool it down and make sure that all of the walls are even. So walls are gathers, just to give it some really good shape. We are making a decanter. Our decanter and goblets will be on sale for our annual Red Hot Gala. They're typically at the table, and each set is special for the year, so exclusively designed for the year. We'll go in with our jacks to carve out that bottom, the foot there, just to give it some definition and style. So we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in and then tap the pipe to release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we'll work in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the glass super duper hot. So it's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. Thank you. So now we'll clean up the top of the lip there, cinch it with the diamond shears, and then tap off the extra glass. We'll go back into the reheating chamber to get the neck super duper hot, and then we'll start to flare it out similar to the one here on the podium. Can we see some past red hot decanter and goblet sets? So every year here we have an annual gala that has 2 goblets and then 1 decanter for that specific year. And if you're interested in coming to Red Hot, you're more than welcome to buy tickets, come hang out, and that will also give you the opportunity to acquire a goblet, our goblet set, and a decanter. And if you're ever interested in learning or what's going on here in the hot shop, you can always tune into our live stream at museumofglass.org and click the hot shop tab. So we're always streaming Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. when we're open. So we'll add a little bit of colored glass for the Museum of Glass logo. So the body of the vase is clear until they put Scavo over it, which will give it like that really cool powdered finish on the surface, the antique look. Can we please see the powder video just to learn a little bit more about how clear glass gets color?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
For the month of June, we have a few things happening. Earlier in the month, we'll have Casey Lees, and Casey is a neon bending artist that will come here to the Hot Shop June 4th through the 8th. They're a neon artist and an art educator, and you can learn more about Casey Lee at KACIE dot or LLEE.com. Right now we're sifting the Scavo onto the surface of the glass to change the texture of the surface. The theme of the gala is like apothecary, mythical forest vibe. So it'll look like we dug it up, but it's still, in good condition. So that's like the goal for this finish that we're laying on the surface of the decanter. So after we're done with the Scavo, we'll go into the reheating chamber to attach it. Like, just make sure it's securely placed and baked into the surface of the glass. And then a few other things happening here at Museum of Glass. June 6th, we're pleased to announce the return of Breakfast at the Cone. It's the art of business on June 6th, 2025. This is our annual fundraising event that promotes civic engagement among cultural organizations and business leaders who support the future of Tacoma. So if your organization is interested in coming to participate and have breakfast here with us, be sure to go online to learn more information and gather tickets. And then on June 21st, we'll have a second sale. So we'll have special one-off, one-of-a-kind items from the Hot Shop team that'll be sold June 21st during the second sale hosted by the store. So if you're interested in coming to pick up a good find, a good glass find for a very great price, be sure to come back on June 21st for our second sale. Let's put a little bit of water on that connection towards the bottom. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven where it'll go to rest overnight to prevent any sort of shock. If you all are ever interested in learning what's happening here in the Hot Shop, you can always get onto our live stream. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. Just go onto our website and click the Hot Shop tab, scroll down, and you'll see the live stream link. So in just a moment, you'll be able to see how the process starts. When we dip into the furnaces here in the Hot Shop, the levels over time will start to get low as we continue to extract the clear glass from the furnace. And so our Hot Shop technician, his job is to recharge and refill the furnaces. They can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And so when they get low, we have to refill them. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water to protect the integrity of the wood and the surface of the glass. So the block will cool down the outer layers, which is what we want, while keeping the inner layers really hot. Really hot, so we can blow out the bubble, but it can go into a controlled environment. So we'll go in and start to carve in a jack line. This will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So she'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. And then in with the papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaking in water to help him shape the glass. Can we see the frit diagram? So she'll gather some glass out of the furnace and then rotate it in crushed glass, which is what we refer to as frit. This will add color to the glass. And then we'll place the bit of glass that's been colored onto the bottom of the decanter as the foot. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see the bowls of frit that have been chopped up to create the little creature, the little frit creature. Thank you. Can we see some past Red Hot goblet and decanter sets? So to be able to clean up the top of the decanter, we'll add this transfer rod to the bottom, add a little bit of water to the jack line, and then tap the pipe. This will help release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. So now we'll add a little bit of glass for, it kind of has like that wax seal stamp vibe. And so we'll stamp the Museum of Glass logo into the surface. The goblets, the decanters that we're making are for our annual Red Hot Gala that we have here. It's a fabulous night out in art. We have a live auction, we have a silent auction, dinner, and then a live demonstration from the select artists of that year. And so there'll be 2 goblets and then 1 decanter at each table, and each of these sets are designed exclusively for the year. So now we'll take it over to the powder booth to put to change the surface of the glass. We'll sift on what we call scavo. So we actually make about 35 decanters and 50 goblets. And they're not sold all together, so everything is separate, which is great. So if you have any interest in acquiring a goblet or a decanter from this year's collection, you're more than welcome to. So put a little bit of water on that connection point, tap the pipe, give it a torch. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. Can we please see some of the past red hot decanter and goblets? So we'll gather the glass by dipping into the furnace with a steel rod. The glass looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll be clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace here is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace, we'll rotate that steel pipe to gather the glass, and then we'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Thank you. That bubble is the starter bubble and the catalyst for hollow things that are made in glass. Thank you. So now we'll carve into the glass slowly to help move that bubble away from the end of the pipe. He'll start to stretch it to the right to create that really long, beautiful neckline. We're making the decanter there on the podium for our annual Red Hot Gala. Our annual gala raises about 50% of our operating funds, and the goblets and the decanters will be available for purchase. About 50 goblets are designed, and then about 35 decanters are made for the annual galas every year. So now we'll go in and carve into the glass to create a jackline. This is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. The papers that he's using are just good old regular newspaper that have been folded up and soaked in water. So we'll shape the bottom, add all the parts that it needs before we take it off of the initial blowpipe and transfer it to be able to clean up the top. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line that we carved in. Thermal shock will set in, we'll tap the pipe, and it'll help release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. So now we'll go in and start to slowly enhance the shape of the neck. Create a little connection, create a little disc there to be able to drag the neck to the right. To elongate it, thin it out a little bit, just to kind of enhance the neckline. Can we see some past Red Hot Goblet and decanters? So the decanter that we're making today here in the hot shop is for our annual gala that we have here at the museum. There are some past goblet and decanters. Whenever we make items here in the hot shop, if they don't make it into the store or if they don't make it to whatever the goal was for them, we will often sell them. And so on June 21st, we'll have our second sale, which will give you the opportunity to acquire something really cool made by the hot shop team for a great price. And so if you have any interest in seeing or, getting the chance to see some one-off glass items, be sure to come and hang out on June 21st when we have our second sale. So to change the surface of the glass, we went into the powder booth to sift on some Scavo on the top, which will give us this really cool finish. Kind of has like some... So it'll give us almost as if we dug it up. The goal is to make it look kind of antique, like a rusted, dug up kind of look. And so that's what the Scavo does. The theme is like more so apothecary, mystical forest vibe. And so the Scavo helps us achieve that finish. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. So once we remove it from the end of the pipe there, we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So as we continue to take the glass out of our furnaces here, did you guys already get to see the charging the furnace video? So as we continue to take the glass out of the furnaces, that 1,000-pound starts to get low. So it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, but every week or every other week, our hot shop technician has to refill the furnaces so the levels aren't too low, which will give us easier access to gathering the glass. So can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we'll dip into the furnace and rotate the steel pipe to gather some glass at the end of the pipe there. And then we'll blow into the pipe to create a bubble. We'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. The block will cool down the outer layers, stiffen them up, help them become even, and then it'll keep the core nice and hot so we can expand the bubble. So we'll go in with those papers. The papers, and just to shape the glass, the papers are folded up newspaper that have also been soaking in water. So we'll get the jacks nice and hot to be able to help us shape the glass and to carve into the glass. The jacks are coated in beeswax, which will help prevent that sound of like a screeching breaks that are going bad. Because without lubricant to protect the glass and the steel, it starts to screech. So we'll start to pull the bubble away from the end of the pipe and naturally create that neckline there. And then he'll actually pinch into the surface of the glass to create a jack line. This jack line indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. Can we see the frit diagram? So now Sarah will get ready another gather of glass, another bit of glass to add to the bottom. And this is how we'll get color in the foot. She'll rotate clear glass inside of a bowl of crushed glass, which we refer to as frit, the frit diagram, not the furnace diagram. So the gather of glass will heat it up and then place it on the bottom of the foot. Can we see the frit diagram? So she rotated clear glass into a bowl of crushed glass, which will then change the surface color as the little frit monster there on the right side of the diagram. And this is how we've added color to the bottom portion of the decanter. Thank you. So now she'll come over, and with our diamond shears, we'll go in and release the extra rod as well as remove the extra glass, detach the glass. Those shears cut in a 360. We'll put a little bit of water on the jackline that we carved in and remove the glass from the blowpipe. So now we'll go over to the powder booth to sift on some Scavo onto the surface to change the finish from clear to the Scavo finish. We'll put a little bit of water on the end of the pipe there, tap the pipe, and then it'll remove the glass from the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then it'll go into the annealing oven to cool down slowly overnight. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. That's it for the day. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you again for hanging out.